Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The cobblestones beneath Thomas Whitmore's leather boots held the last warmth of an October day, though the evening mist had begun its gentle conquest of Kembleford's Market Square. The gas lamps flickered to life one by one, casting pools of amber light that seemed to whisper secrets to the gathering dusk. Thomas paused beneath the iron post of the corner lamp, his breath forming small clouds that danced away into the cooling air, carrying with them the weight of words he had yet to speak. The scent of coal smoke drifted from chimneys across the town, mingling with the earthier smell of damp leaves that had begun their slow surrender to autumn's embrace. From somewhere in the distance, the bells of St. Mary's Church began their evening song, each note falling like a gentle hand upon the shoulders of those who walked these familiar streets. Thomas listened, his weathered fingers gripping the brass handle of his walking stick with unusual intensity, as if the simple wooden shaft might anchor him to this moment before everything changed. In 1914, Kembleford possessed that particular English quality of seeming both utterly ordinary and quietly magical at once. The market town had grown comfortable in its own skin over the centuries, its Tudor-era buildings leaning into each other like old friends sharing confidences, their timber frames darkened by time and weather into something approaching wisdom. The newer Georgian additions stood more properly upright, as if still trying to make a good impression, while the Victorian shopfronts gleamed with painted signs that promised everything from finest haberdashery to Dr. Morrison's miraculous digestive tonic, though the good doctor had been dead some 15 years, and his tonic was now brewed by his nephew, who possessed considerably less miraculous pretensions. Thomas had walked these streets for 37 years, first as a boy running errands for his father's grain business, then as a young man learning the delicate art of commerce, and finally as the proprietor himself, respected by his neighbours and trusted with their custom. His shop on Market Street bore his name in gold lettering across the window. T. Whitmore and Son, fine groceries and provisions, though the and Son remained more hope than reality, as his only child had shown more interest in the romantic novels that arrived monthly from London than in the practical matter of weighing flour and measuring tea. But tonight, as Thomas made his way towards St. Mary's, the familiar weight of respectability felt more like chains than comfort. His brown wool coat, carefully brushed each morning and evening by Mrs. Whitmore, seemed to press against his shoulders with accusations. The silver watch chain that stretched across his waistcoat, a gift from the Chamber of Commerce for 20 years of faithful service, felt heavy as a millstone. Even his respectable beard, neatly trimmed each Saturday morning by Mr. Henley the barber, seemed to itch with the knowledge of what lay beneath its proper exterior. The evening air carried more than coal smoke and autumn leaves. It bore the sounds of a town settling into its evening rhythm, the distant clatter of dishes being cleared from supper tables, the soft murmur of conversation drifting from the Rose and Crown public house, where farmers and tradesmen gathered to discuss the day's business over pints of bitter ale. A cat picked its way delicately across the wet cobblestones, pausing to fix Thomas with a green-eyed stare that seemed both knowing and utterly indifferent to human concerns. As Thomas walked, the gas lamps created a pathway of light and shadow that seemed to mirror his own internal landscape. In the bright circles of illumination, everything appeared normal, respectable, ordered the very image of an English market town where nothing ever happened that couldn't be solved with a cup of tea and a bit of common sense. But in the spaces between the lights, shadows pooled like guilty thoughts, and the mind could too easily imagine what lurked in darkness. The mist thickened as he approached the church, swirling around the ancient yew trees that had stood sentinel in the churchyard for centuries. These trees had watched the Norman conquerors raise the first stone walls had whispered over the Black Death, when half the town lay buried beneath their spreading branches had sheltered lovers and mourners through countless generations. Now they seemed to lean inward, as if straining to hear the confession that burned in Thomas's chest like unswallowed medicine. St Mary's Church rose before him like a promise kept in stone. Its tower, built of warm Cotswold limestone, caught the last light of day and held it gently, as if reluctant to let go of hope. The Gothic arches of the doorway had been worn smooth by centuries of hands, each touch a prayer or plea, a greeting or farewell. The iron-studded oak doors stood slightly ajar, spilling golden light onto the worn steps, where generations of brides and bereaved, baptised and buried had paused between one world and another. Thomas had always found comfort in the sight of St Mary's. As a child, he had sat in the third pew from the front, right side, swinging his legs during long sermons, while his mother shushed him with gentle efficiency. As a young man courting Margaret, he had tried to appear both devout and dashing, though the effect was somewhat diminished by the way his starched collar made him fidget. During the early years of marriage, he had listened to the vicar's homilies on duty and righteousness with the satisfied attention of a man who believed he understood both concepts perfectly. But tonight, the familiar sanctuary felt different. The stones seemed to hold their breath, waiting. The very air appeared thicker, as if weighted with the accumulated prayers and confessions of centuries. Thomas paused on the threshold, his hand resting on the cool metal of the door handle, and felt the weight of his secret pressing against his ribs like a living thing demanding release. Inside, the church embraced him with the particular silence that only old buildings know, not empty quiet, but the kind of stillness that comes from having absorbed centuries of human hopes and fears until it achieves a kind of patient wisdom. The nave stretched before him, its stone pillars rising like the trunks of ancient trees toward a wooden ceiling darkened by age and candle smoke. The stained glass windows, invisible now in the gathering darkness, would tomorrow morning cast jewelled light across the worn flagstones, but tonight they were dark mysteries, their stories hidden until dawn. Candles flickered on the altar, their flames steady in the still air, casting dancing shadows that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a heart at prayer. The smell of beeswax and incense lingered from the evening service, mixing with the deeper scents of old wood and older stone. Near the back of the church, in the shadows beside the baptismal font, stood the confessional, a Victorian addition to the medieval structure, its dark wood polished by decades of penitent hands. Father Brown would be there soon for his evening hours of hearing confessions. The small, round priest had become as much a fixture of Kembleford as the market cross or the town pump, though he had arrived only 3 years earlier from London. Where his predecessor, the Reverend Dr. Whitechapel, had been tall and austere, given to sermons that lasted precisely 22 minutes and covered the major sins with the thoroughness of a tax inspector, Father Brown possessed a gentleness that made confession feel less like judgment and more like conversation with a kindly uncle who happened to have studied theology. Thomas had never made a formal confession before. The Anglican tradition of his upbringing had favoured private prayer and public respectability over the Catholic practice of verbal absolution. But circumstances, he reflected grimly, had a way of making theologians of even the most practical men. What did denominational differences matter when a man's soul felt heavy enough to sink straight through the flagstones into whatever depths lay beneath? He settled himself on one of the wooden chairs that served as pews, third row from the front, right side his family's place for as long as anyone could remember. The wood was smooth beneath his hands, worn by generations of Whitmores who had come here to mark the passages of their lives, christenings and confirmations, weddings and funerals, the regular rhythm of Sundays that marked time as surely as any clock. The church clock chimed 7 times, its bronze voice echoing through the stone spaces with the authority of centuries. Father Brown would arrive soon for the evening confessions. Thomas closed his eyes and tried to rehearse the words that had been burning in his throat for 3 weeks now, ever since the afternoon when he had discovered what should have remained hidden, when curiosity and opportunity had combined to transform him from a respectable merchant into something far less comfortable. The memory surfaced unbidden as it had done every night since. The unlocked desk drawer, the papers that weren't quite where they should be, The handwriting he recognised despite the trembling that made it nearly illegible. The knowledge that had settled on him like a weight of stones, each fact adding to the burden until he could barely draw breath. The terrible understanding that he possessed information that could destroy lives, ruin reputations, shatter the careful order of their small world. At first, he had told himself he would simply forget what he had seen. But the human mind, he discovered, was not so easily commanded. The knowledge festered like a splinter, working its way deeper each day, and then, God help him, he had begun to see opportunity where he should have seen tragedy. The mortgage payment that came due each quarter, Margaret's growing fondness for the finer things that his shop could barely provide, the way his competitors seemed to prosper while he struggled to keep his accounts balanced. The blackmail letter had been surprisingly easy to write. He had found the words flowing from his pen as if they had been waiting there all along, dressed in the polite language of business correspondence but carrying a threat as sharp as any blade. Just a small amount, he had told himself, just enough to ease the immediate pressure. And then, of course, there had been another letter, and another. 3 weeks of collected payments. 3 weeks of watching his victim's face in the market square, seeing the haunted look that came from carrying a burden too heavy to bear. 3 weeks of lying to Margaret about where the extra money had come from, inventing stories about a lucky investment and a grateful customer's bonus payment. 3 weeks of discovering that prosperity built on another man's fear tasted of ashes in the mouth. The church door creaked, and Thomas opened his eyes to see Father Brown entering, his familiar figure silhouetted against the gas-lit street beyond. The priest moved with the unhurried pace of a man who had learned that haste rarely improved anything. His round form wrapped in a black cassock that had seen better decades, but was kept meticulously clean and mended. He carried a small leather satchel that contained the tools of his evening trade, a breviary, a rosary, and a thermos of tea that Mrs. McCarthy, his housekeeper, insisted he take on these longer vigils. Father Brown genuflected before the altar with the fluid motion of long practice, then made his way toward the confessional. He paused as he noticed Thomas sitting in the shadowy pew, and their eyes met across the candle-lit space. The priest's gaze was gentle but penetrating, as if he could see through the polite exterior to the storm of guilt and fear beneath. He raised one hand in a small gesture of greeting and blessing combined, then continued toward the wooden booth that would soon hold the secrets of Kembleford's troubled souls. Thomas waited until Father Brown had settled himself in the confessional before rising from his pew. His legs felt unsteady, as if the weight of his secret had somehow settled in his knees. The letter he had prepared, not the blackmail letter but the other one, the confession he had written and rewritten a dozen times, crackled in his breast pocket like autumn leaves. In it, he had tried to explain what he had done, why he had done it, and how the burden of it was slowly crushing whatever remained of the man he had once believed himself to be. As he approached the confessional, Thomas could hear the gentle sound of Father Brown arranging himself on the other side of the partition. There would be no dramatic revelations tonight, no thunderous accusations or biblical pronouncements of doom. Just a tired merchant and a patient priest, separated by a thin wall and united by the human condition that made confession both necessary and possible. The confessional booth smelled of old wood and whispered secrets. Thomas settled himself on the small bench, his hands trembling as he reached for the letter in his pocket. Through the carved screen he could see the dim outline of Father Brown's profile, patient as stone and twice as solid. "Bless me, Father," Thomas began, his voice barely above a whisper, "for I have sinned." The words hung in the still air between them like a bridge across an impossible chasm. Outside, the church bells began their evening pray, marking the end of another day in Kembleford's long history. But inside the confessional, time seemed suspended, waiting for the story that would change everything while changing nothing at all. Thomas Whitmore drew a shaking breath and began to speak the truth at last. Not knowing that these would be the last words he would ever say, not knowing that his heart, already strained beyond bearing by the weight of guilt and the terrible arithmetic of a conscience, trying to balance accounts that could never come right, was preparing to make its own final confession. The candles flickered in their holders as if stirred by the breath of confession itself, and somewhere in the distance a clock began to chime the hour. The silence that followed Thomas Whitmore's last whispered words stretched like a held breath through the stone chambers of St. Mary's Church. Father Brown waited in the patient way that had become second nature to him during his years of hearing confessions, understanding that sometimes the most important truths needed to gather themselves like morning mist before they could take shape in human speech. The carved wooden screen between them seemed to pulse with the weight of unspoken secrets, and the priest found himself leaning slightly forward, ready to offer the gentle encouragement that often helped penitents cross the bridge between shame and absolution. But no further words came from the other side of the partition. "My son." Father Brown's voice was soft as candlelight, carrying the particular warmth that had made him beloved among Kembleford's troubled souls. "Take your time. The Lord's patience is infinite, and mine is merely borrowed from his." Still, silence answered him. Not the expectant quiet of someone gathering courage, but something deeper and more troubling. A stillness that felt less like pause and more like ending. Father Brown had learned to read the subtle language of confession, the rhythm of breathing that revealed nervousness or relief, the small sounds of movement that spoke of fidgeting hands or shifting positions, the quality of silence that distinguished thoughtful consideration from desperate struggle. This silence was different. It held the weight of finality, like the moment after a door closes for the last time. The priest's round face, usually arranged in gentle expectation, began to crease with concern. Through the delicate tracery of the wooden screen, he could make out the shape of his penitent, a figure slumped forward in a way that suggested not prayer but collapse. The gaslight filtering through the stained glass windows cast coloured shadows that danced across the confessional's interior. But even in the shifting light, Father Brown could see that something was terribly wrong. "Mr. Whitmore?" The name came unbidden to his lips, though he had recognised the voice from the first tentative words. In a town the size of Kembleford, a priest learned to distinguish between the tones of his flock as surely as a shepherd knows the bleating of individual sheep. Thomas Whitmore's voice had carried the particular strain that came from a man wrestling with his own conscience and losing. When no response came, Father Brown made a decision that would have scandalised more rigid theologians, but which felt as natural as breathing to a man who had spent his life serving others. He rose from his seat in the confessional and stepped around to the penitent's side, his black cassock whispering against the ancient stones like a prayer made audible. What he found there would remain with him through all his remaining years of ministry. Thomas Whitmore slumped against the wooden wall of the confessional, his weathered face bearing an expression of such profound peace that it seemed almost to glow in the candlelight. His eyes were closed, his breathing stilled, his hands folded in his lap with the formal precision of a man who had always believed in doing things properly, even in death. Clutched in his right hand, crumpled but not destroyed, was a piece of paper covered in the careful script that Father Brown recognised from the parish ledger, where Thomas recorded his weekly contributions. The ink was slightly smeared, as if written by hands that trembled with more than age, and the paper bore the creases of having been folded and unfolded many times. The anxious habit of a man who reads his own words over and over, seeking courage or perhaps absolution in repetition. Father Brown knelt beside the body with the fluid grace of long practice, his fingers finding the pulse point at the merchant's neck, while his trained eye took in the details that would soon matter to others. The peaceful expression, the natural position of the limbs, the absence of any sign of struggle or violence. This was not murder, but something both more tragic and more comprehensible, the final surrender of a heart that had carried too much weight for too long. The piece of paper came free from Thomas's grip with gentle persuasion, and Father Brown unfolded it with the reverence due to what might well be a man's final testament. The handwriting, usually so neat and precise in the parish records, wavered like autumn leaves in a breeze, betraying the emotional storm that had driven its creation. "I cannot bear this burden any longer. What I have done shames not only myself, but the memory of my father and the hopes of my wife. I came to confess my sins, blackmail, extortion, the destruction of another's peace for my own temporary comfort. I thought money might solve my troubles, but it has only multiplied them beyond counting. May God forgive what I cannot forgive in myself. The payments I collected are hidden beneath the loose floorboard behind the counter in my shop. Let them be returned with my apologies to one who deserves far better than the torment I have caused. T.W. Father Brown read the confession twice, his gentle features reflecting the sorrow that comes from understanding human frailty. Too well he had seen. This tragedy played out before in different settings with different actors, but always with the same cruel script. The moment when a person realises that the solution to their problems has become a problem far worse than the original difficulty. The arithmetic of conscience, he had learned, followed laws more inexorable than mathematics, and the interest on moral debt compounded at rates that could bankrupt a soul. The church around them seemed to respond to the presence of death, with the subtle shift in atmosphere that old buildings develop over centuries of human drama. The candles burned with steadier flames, as if the very air had grown more still. The shadows appeared to deepen in corners while growing softer near the altar, as if the sacred space was rearranging itself to accommodate both sorrow and hope. Even the distant sounds of Kembleford's evening life, the clatter of cartwheels on cobblestones, the warm murmur from the Rose and Crown, the gentle lowing of cattle being brought in from pasture, seemed muffled, as if the town itself was holding its breath in respect for the departed. Father Brown folded the confession carefully and slipped it into the deep pocket of his cassock, where it settled next to his breviary like a prayer that had taken written form. He had heard enough confessions to recognise the particular agony of a fundamentally decent person who discovers they are capable of indecent acts. Thomas Whitmore had been no criminal mastermind, no calculating villain. He had been an ordinary man caught between pride and desperation, who had found himself holding knowledge that could be transformed into power, and had discovered too late that some forms of power corrode the soul that wields them. The sound of footsteps on stone announced the arrival of another presence, and Father Brown looked up to see Constable Jenkins approaching with the measured tread of a man who has been summoned to witness human misfortune once again. The constable was a solid, dependable sort who approached his duties with the methodical thoroughness of someone who understood that maintaining order in a small town required attention to detail and infinite patience with human nature's messier impulses. "Father Brown," Jenkins said, removing his helmet with the automatic courtesy that years of public service had made habitual. "Mrs. McCarthy sent word that something was amiss at the church. I came as quickly as—" His words trailed off as he noticed the still figure in the confessional, and his expression shifted from polite attention to professional concern. "Is that Thomas Whitmore?" "It is," Father Brown confirmed gently, rising from his knees with the careful movement of a man who had spent many hours in prayer and was feeling the weight of years in his joints. "I'm afraid his heart has given out. The strain has proved too much for him to bear." Jenkins approached the confessional with the cautious respect that policemen develop when confronted with death. His trained eye took in the scene much as Father Brown's had done, noting the peaceful expression, the natural position of the body, the absence of any obvious signs of foul play. But where the priest saw tragedy and spiritual suffering, the constable saw the beginning of an investigation that would require reports, interviews, and the careful documentation of facts that might later be scrutinised by coroners and magistrates. "Natural causes, you think?" Jenkins asked, though his tone suggested he had already reached the same conclusion. "The heart can only bear so much weight," Father Brown replied, his words carrying layers of meaning that extended far beyond mere physiology. Thomas was troubled by certain matters that had been weighing on his conscience. Sometimes the burden becomes heavier than the vessel can carry. The constable nodded with the understanding of a man who had seen enough of human nature to recognise that not all deaths required investigation, though they all required witnessing. In Kembleford, as in most English market towns, the rhythms of life and death followed patterns that had been established over centuries. People were born, struggled with the complications that flesh was heir to, and eventually succumbed to the accumulated weight of their choices and circumstances. It was the natural order of things, sad but comprehensible. "I'll need to inform Dr. Hamilton," Jenkins said. referring to the town's physician who would be required to examine the body and provide the official determination of cause of death. And I suppose someone should tell Mrs. Whitmore, though I confess that's not a task I relish. Father Brown's expression grew even gentler if such a thing were possible. Perhaps that duty might fall to me, Constable. I've had occasion to speak with her about Thomas's recent difficulties. She may find it easier to hear the news from someone who understands the full context of his troubles. The two men stood in companions for a moment, each lost in his own thoughts about the fragility of human happiness and the mysterious ways that ordinary people could find themselves trapped by circumstances of their own making. The church around them continued its ancient duty of bearing witness to human sorrow, its stones holding the accumulated weight of centuries of prayers and tears with the patient endurance that only sacred space can provide. "There's something else," Father Brown said quietly, his hand moving to the pocket where Thomas's confession rested. "Thomas left. Well, he left certain information that may help to explain his state of mind. Nothing that changes the fundamental facts, you understand, but perhaps something that might provide comfort to those who will mourn him." Jenkins raised an eyebrow with the practised expression of a man who had learned that priests often knew more about the hidden currents of community life than any constable could discover through official channels. Information that might concern police matters. Information that might concern matters of conscience and community healing. Father Brown replied with the careful diplomacy that had served him well in navigating the complex relationships between church, state, and human nature. But nothing that would require official action, I believe. Sometimes the most important justice is the kind that takes place in the human heart. The constable considered this for a moment, then nodded with the pragmatic acceptance that made him effective in a position that required balancing official duty with practical wisdom. Kembleford was not London, where anonymous crimes required systematic investigation. Here, the web of relationships and responsibilities was visible to anyone who cared to look, and the most effective solutions were often the most personal ones. Dr. Hamilton arrived as the church clock was chiming 7:30, his black medical bag in one hand and his professional composure firmly in place. The doctor was a man of middle years who had learned to approach death with the clinical detachment necessary for accurate diagnosis, while maintaining the human sympathy required for dealing with the bereaved. He examined Thomas's body with efficient thoroughness, checking pulse and respiration, noting the peaceful expression and natural position, observing the absence of any signs that might suggest anything other than cardiac failure. "Heart attack, I should say," Dr. Hamilton pronounced with the authority of medical training and long experience. "Not uncommon in men of his age, particularly those under stress. The heart simply stops when it can no longer cope with the demands placed upon it." He paused, glancing between Father Brown and Constable Jenkins. Were there particular stresses in his life recently? Father Brown and Jenkins exchanged a look that spoke of their shared understanding that some information was best handled with discretion. "Business concerns," the priest said gently. Thomas had been worried about financial matters, as many shopkeepers are in these uncertain times. The strain of trying to maintain his position in the community while dealing with practical difficulties, well, it can be overwhelming for a man who takes his responsibilities seriously. Dr. Hamilton nodded with the practised understanding of a physician who had seen many patients succumb not to disease but to the accumulated weight of modern life's demands. "The human heart," he observed with clinical precision, tempered by genuine regret, is remarkably resilient in some ways and surprisingly fragile in others. It can survive great physical trauma yet stop entirely when confronted with emotional burdens that exceed its capacity to cope. The examination complete, arrangements were made for Thomas's body to be transported to the funeral home, where the ritual preparations for burial would begin. Father Brown offered to accompany the remains, both out of pastoral duty and from a desire to ensure that the merchant's final journey was conducted with the dignity that befitted a man who, despite his recent troubles, had spent most of his life serving his community with quiet dedication. As the small procession made its way out of St. Mary's Church, Father Brown lingered for a moment in the nave, his round figure silhouetted against the candlelight that continued to flicker on the altar. The confession in his pocket seemed to weigh heavier than paper had any right to weigh, and he found himself offering a silent prayer for the soul of Thomas Whitmore, not the formal prayers that would be spoken at the funeral service, but the personal petition of one flawed human being asking mercy for another. The church settled into its evening quiet as Father Brown finally departed, locking the heavy oak doors behind him with the ornate iron key that had secured St. Mary's for decades. The gas lamps along Market Street created pools of warm light in the gathering darkness, and the familiar sounds of a small town ending its day drifted through the mist that had begun to rise from the river. Somewhere in one of those comfortable houses, Margaret Whitmore was waiting for her husband to return from what she assumed was a routine evening walk. In a few hours she would be a widow, and her comfortable world would be transformed by truths she had never suspected. But for now, in this moment between knowing and telling, Kembleford continued its ancient rhythm of evening prayers and closing shutters, of families gathering around hearths and lovers walking beneath starlight. The tragedy that had unfolded in the confessional would soon ripple outward through the community, like stones thrown into still water, but tonight the surface remained unbroken, holding its secrets like a pool that reflects only what it chooses to reveal. Father Brown walked slowly through the misted streets toward Whitmore's shop, where a loose floorboard held evidence of a man's attempt to solve his problems through means that had ultimately solved nothing at all. The money hidden there would be returned, the harm would be mended as much as possible, and life would continue with the resilient adaptability that made human communities possible. But the lesson of Thomas Whitmore, that some prices are too high to pay, and some solutions create problems far worse than those they were meant to cure, would remain written in the priest's memory like scripture, another verse in the long book of human experience that was his life study. The bells of St. Mary's chimed the hour as Father Brown disappeared into the mist, carrying with him the weight of one man's final confession and the responsibility for ensuring that its aftermath brought healing, rather than further harm to the community they both had served. Dawn crept over Kembleford with the gentle persistence of a familiar friend, painting the limestone walls of St. Mary's Church in shades of rose and gold that seemed to whisper of hope despite the previous evening's sorrows. The mist that had shrouded the market town during the night's tragic events began its slow retreat, revealing a world that appeared unchanged yet somehow felt different, the way a familiar room looks after someone beloved has departed, leaving behind an absence that rearranges everything else. Father Brown emerged from the rectory just as the church bells were calling the faithful to morning prayer, his round figure wrapped in a black coat that had seen better decades but remained serviceable in the way that truly good things do. Mrs. McCarthy, his devoted housekeeper, had pressed upon him a thermos of tea and a packet of her famous digestive biscuits, along with strict instructions to eat properly, despite what she termed the unfortunate business with poor Mr. Whitmore. The priest accepted these provisions with the patient gratitude of a man who had learned that allowing others to care for him was sometimes the greatest gift he could give them. The market square was already stirring to life as Father Brown made his way toward Whitmore's shop, the ancient cobblestones echoing with the familiar symphony of a commercial day beginning. Cartwheels clattered over stone as farmers brought their produce from the surrounding countryside, while shopkeepers unlocked their doors and arranged their wares with the practiced efficiency of people who understood that life must continue even in the presence of death. The morning air carried the scents of fresh bread from Baker's Lane, cold smoke from awakening chimneys, and the earthy sweetness of flowers from Mrs. Pemberton's garden, where she grew the finest roses in 3 counties and wasn't shy about letting people know it. At the corner of Market Street and Church Lane, Father Brown paused to observe the rhythm of Kembleford's morning ritual. Here was Mrs. Henderson from the millinery shop, already deep in conversation with young Tom Fletcher about the proper way to arrange hat displays, though everyone knew their discussions had less to do with commerce and more to do with Tom's obvious admiration for Mrs. Henderson's 18-year-old daughter. There was old Mr. Grimsby, the town's unofficial keeper of local history, feeding pigeons from a paper bag while holding forth to anyone within earshot about the proper way to predict weather from the behaviour of sparrows. The scene possessed that particular English quality of appearing both utterly ordinary and mysteriously significant, as if the most important truths about human nature could be discovered simply by watching people go about the business of living. Father Brown had learned during his years of ministry that the greatest mysteries were often hidden in plain sight, concealed not by elaborate deceptions, but by the human tendency to see only what they expected to see. Father called a voice from across the square, and the priest turned to see Mrs. Emily Vaughan approaching with the determined stride of a woman who possessed strong opinions about most subjects and wasn't hesitant to share them. Mrs. Vaughan served as the unofficial coordinator of Kembleford's charitable activities, a role that gave her both genuine satisfaction and excellent opportunities to stay informed about the private affairs of her neighbours. Dreadful business about poor Thomas. Simply dreadful. And Margaret, the poor dear, how is she bearing up? Father Brown accepted Mrs. Vaughan's sympathy with the gentle attention he gave to all human emotion, regardless of whether it sprang from pure compassion or mere curiosity. Mrs. Whitmore is bearing her loss with the strength that grief sometimes provides, he replied diplomatically. The community's kindness has been a great comfort to her during this difficult time. Well, naturally, we must all do what we can, Mrs. Vaughan declared, though her expression suggested she was already calculating what form her assistance might take and whether it would provide sufficient opportunities for gathering information. I was telling Mrs. Patterson just this morning that Thomas seemed quite changed these past few weeks. Distracted, you know. Not quite himself. She agreed completely, said he'd been short with customers, which wasn't like him at all. This observation aligned with Father Brown's own impressions from the confession letter, though he merely nodded thoughtfully rather than encouraging further speculation. Worry can change a person's demeanour, he said gently. Business concerns, family responsibilities, the weight of such things can be heavier than we realise. Business concerns, yes, Mrs. Vaughan agreed with the enthusiasm of someone who had found a promising avenue of inquiry. Though I must say, the shop seemed to be doing well enough. Better than usual, actually. Margaret mentioned to several of us that Thomas had been unusually generous lately, insisting on the finest cut of beef for Sunday dinner, talking about perhaps taking a holiday to Brighton next summer. Not the behaviour of a man facing financial ruin, wouldn't you agree? Father Brown filed this information away with the careful attention of someone assembling a puzzle, whose final picture remained unclear. The confession letter had mentioned payments collected from blackmail, which would indeed explain any recent improvement in the Whitmores' financial circumstances. But it also suggested that Mrs. Vaughan's sharp eyes had noticed details that might prove significant to understanding the full story of Thomas's final weeks. Prosperity can bring its own worries, the priest observed mildly. Sometimes good fortune creates pressures that are no less burdensome than hardship. Mrs. Vaughan considered this philosophical observation with the expression of someone who found abstract thinking less satisfying than concrete facts. I suppose that's true, Father. Though I must say, if Thomas was troubled by having too much money, there are several worthy causes in town that could have helped relieve him of that particular burden. She laughed at her own wit, then grew more serious. But truly, Father, was there nothing that could have been done? Nothing that might have prevented what happened? The question carried genuine concern beneath its surface curiosity, and Father Brown recognised the particular guilt that often follows sudden death. The feeling that someone, somewhere, should have noticed the warning signs and intervened before tragedy struck. It was a burden he had seen many people carry, this sense of responsibility for events that lay beyond human control or prediction, and Thomas's heart simply could not bear the weight he was carrying, Father Brown said with gentle finality. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is to remember that not every tragedy can be prevented, only witnessed with compassion. They were interrupted by the approach of Mr. James Hartwell, the town's most prosperous solicitor, whose morning constitutional always included a circuit of the market square that allowed him to observe the commercial pulse of Kembleford, while maintaining the dignified bearing appropriate to his profession. Hartwell was a man of middle years, who had achieved that particular combination of success and respectability that made him simultaneously admired and slightly resented by his neighbours, admired for his obvious competence, resented for the way competence had translated into a fine house on Elm Street, and a carriage that didn't require its owner to walk through puddles. Father Brown, Mrs. Vaughan Hartwell said, raising his hat with practised courtesy. A sad morning indeed. Thomas was a good man, whatever his recent difficulties. The slight pause before the word difficulties caught Father Brown's attention like a discordant note in a familiar melody. Mrs. Vaughan's eyes sharpened with the instinctive response of someone who sensed undisclosed information, while the priest maintained his expression of gentle attention that had proven so effective at encouraging confidences over the years. "Difficulties, Mr. Hartwell?" Mrs. Vaughan inquired with the direct approach that had made her both effective in charitable work and occasionally uncomfortable as a social companion. Hartwell glanced around the market square with the cautious expression of a man who understood that public conversations in small towns had a way of becoming common knowledge before the speakers had finished their sentences. "Perhaps I shouldn't speak of such matters. Professional discretion, you understand. But given the circumstances..." He trailed off, clearly wrestling with the tension between legal ethics and human concern. Father Brown recognised the particular struggle of someone who possessed information that might provide comfort to the bereaved while potentially damaging to the reputation of the deceased. It was a delicate balance that required both wisdom and compassion, qualities that, in his experience, were sometimes found in unexpected places. "Thomas is beyond the reach of earthly judgment now," the priest said quietly. "Whatever burdens he carried in life, he has surely found peace at last. Sometimes, understanding the full truth can help those left behind to find their own peace as well." Hartwell nodded slowly, seeming to find permission in Father Brown's gentle words. "Thomas came to see me several weeks ago, very agitated, quite unlike his usual self. He wanted to know about certain legal matters, questions regarding evidence of wrongdoing, the requirements for prosecuting particular types of crimes, the statute of limitations on various offences." Mrs. Vaughan's eyebrows rose with the automatic response of someone who had just received information that would require careful consideration and strategic deployment. Wrongdoing? What sort of wrongdoing? "He was quite vague about specifics," Hartwell replied, though his tone suggested that professional training had allowed him to read between the lines of his client's carefully worded inquiries. But the nature of his questions suggested he had become aware of some form of irregular financial activity, embezzlement perhaps, or fraud of some kind. He seemed particularly concerned about the moral obligations of someone who possessed such knowledge, whether they were required to report it, whether silence made one complicit in the crime. Father Brown felt the weight of Thomas's confession letter in his pocket, its revelations taking on new dimensions in light of Hartwell's information. The merchant had indeed discovered evidence of criminal activity, but rather than reporting it to the authorities, he had chosen to exploit it for personal gain. The transformation from potential whistleblower to blackmailer represented a moral fall that would have been devastating to a man who had built his identity around respectability and ethical behaviour. Did he give any indication of who might be involved in this irregular activity? The priest asked with the careful neutrality that had served him well in similar situations. Hartwell shook his head with what appeared to be genuine regret. He was most circumspect about names or details, said he needed to consider his options carefully before taking any action. I advised him that justice was best served by proper legal channels rather than private initiatives, but he shrugged with the philosophical acceptance of a professional who had learned that clients didn't always follow sound advice. "Private initiatives," Mrs. Vaughan repeated thoughtfully. "That's an interesting phrase, Mr. Hartwell. Almost sounds as if Thomas might have been contemplating taking matters into his own hands." The solicitor's expression grew more guarded, as if he had suddenly realised that his attempt to provide context might have revealed more than he intended. "I wouldn't want to speculate about Thomas's intentions, Mrs. Vaughan. The man is dead, after all. Perhaps it's best to let him rest in peace." But Father Brown could see in Mrs. Vaughan's expression that speculation was exactly what was taking place, her sharp mind already working to fit Hartwell's revelations into the larger puzzle of Thomas Whitmore's final weeks. The priest found himself in the uncomfortable position of knowing more about that puzzle than he could comfortably reveal while watching others attempt to solve it with incomplete information. Knowledge can be a terrible burden, he observed gently. Sometimes the weight of knowing something that we feel powerless to address can be harder to bear than ignorance. Indeed, Hartwell agreed with the fervent tone of someone who had spent his career managing the consequences of other people's secrets. Though I must say, Thomas seemed to feel quite powerless about whatever it was he had discovered. He spoke of family obligations, financial pressures, the difficulty of doing the right thing when the right thing might cause harm to innocent parties. Father Brown nodded with understanding that ran deeper than his companions could know. Thomas's situation had been complicated by more than simple moral equations. He had been caught between his conscience and his circumstances, trying to balance ethical obligations against practical needs, discovering too late that some compromises exact prices far higher than any temporary benefit they might provide. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Dr. Hamilton, who approached their small group with the measured pace of someone bearing official information. The physician's expression was professionally neutral, though Father Brown detected subtle signs of the strain that came from dealing with sudden death and its aftermath. "Father, Mrs. Vaughan, Hartwell," Dr. Hamilton said, distributing greetings with democratic equality. "I've completed my examination of poor Thomas. Natural causes, as we suspected. Cardiac failure brought on by stress and overexertion. The heart simply gave out under pressure it couldn't sustain." "Stress," Mrs. Vaughan repeated, with the emphasis of someone filing away a significant detail. "Would that be related to the business difficulties that Mr. Hartwell mentioned?" Dr. Hamilton glanced between his companions with the careful expression of someone who understood that medical information often intersected with social curiosity in ways that required diplomatic handling. "I couldn't say what specific stresses Thomas was facing, Mrs. Vaughan, but the physical evidence suggests that he had been under considerable strain for some time. Elevated blood pressure, signs of poor sleep, the general wear that comes from sustained anxiety." Father Brown absorbed this medical confirmation of what the confession letter had revealed in emotional terms. Thomas Whitmore had indeed been carrying a burden too heavy for his system to sustain, one that had ultimately proved fatal not through direct violence, but through the slower, more insidious damage that guilt and fear could inflict on the human body. As the group began to disperse, each member carrying away their own interpretation of the morning's revelations, Father Brown found himself walking toward Whitmore's shop with a sense of purpose that had been sharpened by the conversations in the market square. The confession letter had provided one piece of the puzzle, but understanding the full story would require careful investigation of both Thomas's recent activities and the identity of his victim. The shop stood silent and shuttered, its painted sign creaking gently in the morning breeze like a prayer wheel spinning out its patient devotions. Father Brown produced the key that Constable Jenkins had entrusted to him, turning it in the lock with the reverent care due to entering a place that had been made sacred by human labour and dedication. The interior smelled of tea and flour, leather and wool, all the comfortable sense of commerce conducted with personal attention to quality and service. Behind the counter, just as Thomas's confession had indicated, a loose floorboard yielded to gentle pressure, revealing a cavity that contained a leather pouch, heavy with coins and several folded banknotes. Father Brown counted the contents with growing sadness, not a fortune by any means, but certainly enough to have made a significant difference to a family struggling with modest means. Blood money, he reflected, though in this case the blood had been Thomas's own, spilled not through violence but through the slower hemorrhaging of a conscience that could not heal. The money would be returned, of course, though that task would require identifying Thomas's victim without causing further harm to an already damaged situation. Father Brown settled himself in the chair behind the counter and withdrew the confession letter, reading it again with the careful attention of someone seeking clues hidden between the lines of desperation and remorse. Outside, Kembleford continued its morning routine, the market square filling with the usual cast of vendors and customers, gossips and philosophers, all of them playing their roles in the ancient drama of community life. But inside Whitmore's shop, surrounded by the silent inventory of a life's work, Father Brown contemplated the more complex drama of human nature, the eternal struggle between desire and duty, between the temptation of easy solutions and the harder path of ethical behaviour. The confession spoke of blackmail and extortion, but it did not name the victim or specify the nature of the secret that Thomas had discovered and exploited. That information would need to be pieced together through careful observation and gentle inquiry, the kind of detective work that required understanding human nature as much as gathering evidence. Father Brown closed his eyes and offered a brief prayer for wisdom and compassion, then rose from the chair and prepared to begin the delicate work of healing that had become his specialty. Somewhere in Kembleford, someone was living with the knowledge that their secret had driven Thomas Whitmore to desperate measures and ultimately to his death. That person deserved both justice and mercy in whatever proportions divine wisdom might prescribe. The morning sun streamed through the shop windows, illuminating motes of dust that danced like prayers made visible, and Father Brown stepped back into the light to continue his gentle investigation into the shadows that had claimed Thomas Whitmore's life. The afternoon rain began as Father Brown settled into his study at the rectory, the gentle percussion against the diamond-paned windows creating a rhythm that seemed designed by Providence for contemplation. The study was a room that had evolved over the years into a perfect reflection of its occupant's mind. Shelves lined with theological works stood beside volumes of criminal psychology, while treatises on moral philosophy shared space with detective novels that Mrs. McCarthy insisted were hardly suitable reading for a man of the cloth, though she continued to dust them with the same care she gave to Augustine and Aquinas. The leather pouch from Thomas Whitmore's hiding place sat upon the oak desk like a silent accusation, its weight seeming to press against the polished wood with moral gravity rather than mere physical mass. Father Brown had counted the contents twice now, each enumeration confirming what he already knew. £37, 14 shillings and sixpence. Enough money to represent real hardship for whoever had paid it, yet hardly sufficient to justify the destruction of 2 lives that had resulted from its extraction. Outside, the rain continued its patient work of washing the dust from Kembleford streets and nourishing the late roses in cottage gardens throughout the town. The sound possessed that particular English quality of seeming both melancholy and comforting, like tears shed in the presence of someone who understands sorrow well enough to offer solace without false consolation. Father Brown found himself thinking that rain was rather like confession in its effect. Both served to cleanse away the accumulated grime of daily existence, leaving behind something cleaner and more honest than what had come before. The problem that occupied his thoughts, however, was considerably more complex than any meteorological metaphor could encompass. Thomas Whitmore's confession had provided the essential outline of his moral downfall, but it had been frustratingly vague about the specifics that would allow Father Brown to complete the work of restitution that justice demanded. The victim of the blackmail remained unnamed, their secret unspecified, their suffering unacknowledged except in the most general terms of Thomas's final remorse. Father Brown reached for his pipe, a battered briar that had accompanied him through countless hours of meditation and problem-solving. The familiar ritual of filling, lighting, and drawing the first contemplative puffs helped organise his thoughts in the same way that arranging books on shelves brought order to knowledge. As the sweet smoke curled toward the beamed ceiling, he considered what he had learned during the morning's careful inquiries in the market square. Mrs. Vaughan's observations about Thomas's recent change in behaviour aligned perfectly with the timeline suggested in the confession letter. The merchant had indeed seemed troubled and distracted over the past several weeks, but paradoxically his financial circumstances had appeared to improve during the same period. This contradiction supported the theory that Thomas had been receiving payments from someone who preferred to remain anonymous, payments that had eased his immediate difficulties while creating far greater problems for his conscience. Mr. Hartwell's revelation about Thomas's legal inquiries provided another piece of the puzzle, though one that carried its own troubling implications. The merchant had asked about the obligations of someone who possessed knowledge of criminal activity, suggesting that he had struggled with his conscience before choosing the path that led to blackmail. This internal conflict would have been particularly agonising, for a man of Thomas's fundamentally decent character, the kind of person who understood right from wrong, but found himself trapped by circumstances that made wrong seem like the only practical option. Dr. Hamilton's medical assessment confirmed what Father Brown's pastoral experience had already suggested, that Thomas had been under severe psychological strain for an extended period. The physician's description of elevated blood pressure, poor sleep patterns, and general signs of anxiety painted a picture of a man whose body was slowly succumbing to pressures that his spirit could not resolve. It was, the priest reflected sadly, a form of suicide by degrees, not the dramatic gesture of rope or poison, but the slower dissolution that occurred when guilt ate away at the foundations of selfhood until the whole structure collapsed. A soft knock at the study door interrupted Father Brown's contemplation, and Mrs. McCarthy's voice called out with the particular mixture of authority and deference that she had perfected during their years of cohabitation. "Father, there's a gentleman here to see you. Says it's rather urgent, though he won't give his name or state his business. Shall I tell him you're not receiving visitors?" Father Brown recognised in her tone the protective instincts of someone who had appointed herself guardian against unwanted interruptions during his thinking time. Mrs. McCarthy possessed strong opinions about the proper scheduling of pastoral visits, and wasn't hesitant to enforce them when she felt her employer's time was being imposed upon by the merely curious or socially ambitious. "Please show him in, Mrs. McCarthy," Father Brown replied gently. "In my experience, people who request anonymity usually have the most urgent need for pastoral attention." The visitor who entered the study a few moments later was a man of perhaps 45 years, well dressed in the manner of someone who held a position of responsibility in the community, but not so ostentatiously as to suggest inherited wealth rather than earned success. His face bore the particular pallor that comes not from illness but from sustained worry, and his hands trembled slightly as he removed his hat and gloves with the automatic precision of good breeding struggling against overwhelming emotion. Father Brown rose from behind his desk with the courteous attention he gave to all visitors, but his trained eye was already cataloguing details that might prove significant. The man's clothing was of good quality but showed signs of careless maintenance, a small stain on the waistcoat that would normally have been attended to immediately, shoes that needed polishing, a collar that wasn't quite straight. These were the signs of someone whose attention to personal appearance had been disrupted by more pressing concerns, the kind of details that revealed internal turmoil more clearly than any spoken confession. Pemberton's hands clenched in his lap, the knuckles showing white against the fabric of his trousers. Heavy burdens, yes. That's rather what I wanted to speak with you about, Father. I find myself in a situation that requires guidance from someone who understands matters of conscience. Father Brown felt a familiar stirring of recognition, the sensation that came when seemingly unrelated threads began weaving themselves into a coherent pattern. "I'm always available to discuss matters of conscience, Mr. Pemberton. Sometimes the burden of carrying troubling knowledge alone can be far heavier than sharing it with someone who is bound by professional discretion." Professional discretion. Yes, Pemberton repeated with the fervent tone of someone grasping at the promise of confidentiality, like a drowning man reaching for a rope. "Need to know, Father, if someone were to confess to certain—" "Please, we'll sit down," Father Brown said, gesturing toward the comfortable chair beside the fireplace where a coal fire was beginning to chase the afternoon's chill from the room. "I'm afraid I don't believe we've been formally introduced, though your face seems familiar. Are you perhaps new to Kembleford?" The visitor settled into the offered chair with the careful movements of someone who was not entirely certain of their welcome. "Not new, Father, though not exactly." "Well, not exactly a regular member of your congregation either?" "My name is Charles Pemberton. I own the grain warehouse on Mill Street. Pemberton and Associates, wholesale agricultural supplies." Father Brown nodded with recognition dawning in his gentle features. "Of course, Mr. Pemberton. I've seen you about town, though our paths haven't crossed socially. I believe your wife grows the finest roses in the county Mrs. McCarthy often speaks of, admiring them when she walks past your garden." "Yes, Elizabeth does love her roses." Pemberton agreed with a wan smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Though I'm afraid she's been finding less joy in gardening lately." We've both been. Well, we've been under something of a strain recently. The admission hung in the air between them like smoke from Father Brown's pipe, carrying implications that neither man immediately acknowledged. The priest waited with the patient attention that had proven so effective over the years at encouraging confidences, while Pemberton struggled with whatever internal debate had brought him to the rectory on this rain-soaked afternoon. "I expect you've heard about poor Thomas Whitmore Pemberton," said finally, his voice carrying a weight that suggested personal involvement, rather than mere neighbourly concern. "Dreadful business. Heart attack, they're saying. Very sudden." "Indeed," Father Brown replied neutrally. "Homer's was a good man who carried heavy burdens. Sometimes the weight becomes too much for the human heart to bear irregularities in their business practices. Would that information be protected by the seal of confession, even if those irregularities might have contributed to someone's death?" The question hung in the study's comfortable atmosphere like a thunderclap, its implications reverberating through Father Brown's understanding of Thomas Whitmore's final weeks with terrible clarity. Here, sitting in the chair beside his fireplace, was almost certainly the victim of the merchant's blackmail scheme, a man whose own guilty secrets had provided the leverage that Thomas had exploited until the weight of mutual culpability had crushed them both. "The seal of confession is absolute," Father Brown replied with gentle firmness. "Whatever is spoken in the privacy of spiritual council remains between the penitent and God, with the priest serving merely as a witness to divine mercy. But before we proceed, Mr. Pemberton, I should tell you that I already know something about the circumstances surrounding Thomas's death, knowledge that might be relevant to whatever burden you're carrying." Pemberton's face went even paler, if such a thing were possible, and his breathing became shallow and rapid. "You know? But how could you possibly, unless Thomas spoke to someone before his heart?" "Thomas did indeed speak before his death," Father Brown confirmed gently. "He came to the church yesterday evening seeking to make a confession of his own. Unfortunately, the strain of unburdening himself proved too much for his physical constitution. He passed away before he could complete the process, but not before leaving behind certain information that has helped me understand his state of mind during his final weeks." The admission seemed to deflate Pemberton like a punctured balloon, his shoulders sagging as if the weight he had been carrying had suddenly doubled. "Then you know about the blackmail? You know that I've been paying Thomas money to keep quiet about certain financial irregularities in my business dealings?" Father Brown leaned forward slightly, his expression radiating the compassionate attention that had made him beloved among Kembleford's troubled souls. "I know that Thomas discovered something about your affairs that he believed gave him leverage over you. I know that he used that knowledge to extract payments that his conscience couldn't bear to accept. And I know that both of you suffered terribly from the arrangement. Thomas from guilt at what he was doing, and you from fear of what might happen if your secret became public." Pemberton buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with the release of tensions that had been building for weeks. "I never meant for any of this to happen, Father. The irregularities began so innocently, just a matter of adjusting the books to smooth out seasonal fluctuations in the grain market. My investors expected steady returns, and the agricultural business is naturally unpredictable. I thought I could manage the discrepancies internally, cover the shortfalls during good harvests, and no one would ever be harmed." Father Brown recognised the familiar pattern of rationalisation that preceded most moral failures, the gradual progression from minor compromises to major violations, each step seeming reasonable in isolation while contributing to a larger structure of deception. But the shortfalls proved larger than expected, and the good harvest less abundant than hoped. "Exactly," Pemberton confirmed with bitter self-awareness. "What began as temporary adjustments became permanent fixtures. I was robbing future profits to pay current dividends, borrowing against projected earnings to meet immediate obligations. It's a form of embezzlement, I suppose, though I always intended to make everything right eventually." The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, while Pemberton's story unfolded with the inexorable logic of a Greek tragedy. Like Thomas Whitmore, he had found himself trapped by circumstances that seemed to offer only impossible choices between honesty that would ruin his investors and deception that corroded his soul. and like Thomas, he had chosen what appeared to be the easier path, only to discover that moral shortcuts invariably led to more difficult terrain than the straight road they were meant to avoid. "How did Thomas discover your situation?" Father Brown asked, with the gentle curiosity of someone seeking to understand rather than judge. Pemberton lifted his head, his face showing the ravages of weeks spent in sleepless worry. "It was my own carelessness, I'm afraid. Thomas and I shared the same accountant, old Mr. Fitzwilliam, on Church Street. Thomas had gone in to discuss some tax matters for his shop, and Fitzwilliam accidentally gave him some papers that belonged to my file instead. By the time the mistake was discovered, Thomas had seen enough to understand that my books didn't balance the way they should." Father Brown nodded with the understanding of someone who had seen how often great tragedies sprang from minor accidents and human errors. A misfiled document, a moment of careless attention, a coincidence that revealed what was meant to remain hidden. Such small things to carry such enormous consequences. Thomas confronted you about what he had learned. "Not directly, not at first," Pemberton replied, with a grimace that might have been intended as a smile. He was too decent for direct confrontation, at least initially. Instead, he began dropping hints during our casual conversations, references to the difficulties of managing seasonal businesses, observations about the pressures that investors could place on their business partners, suggestions that sometimes good men found themselves in impossible situations. Father Brown could visualize the scene perfectly. Two fundamentally decent men circling around a terrible knowledge, each hoping the other would provide an escape from the moral trap they had stumbled into together. Thomas, struggling with financial pressures that made the discovered information seem like a gift from Providence. Pemberton, terrified of exposure, but hoping against hope that somehow the situation might resolve itself without requiring desperate measures. "When did the hints become demands?" the priest asked gently. "About 3 weeks ago," Pemberton said with the precision of someone who'd been counting days like a prisoner marking time until execution. "Thomas sent me a letter, very polite, very carefully worded but unmistakably clear in its implications. He suggested that perhaps I might be willing to help him with certain temporary financial difficulties in exchange for his discretion regarding what he had accidentally learned about my business practices. The euphemistic language of blackmail," Father Brown reflected, "often carried its own form of moral cowardice. By avoiding direct statements of threat and payment, both victim and perpetrator could maintain the fiction that they were engaging in some form of legitimate business transaction, rather than acknowledging the criminal nature of their arrangement, and you agreed to his suggestions. What choice did I have?" Pemberton asked with the anguished tone of someone who had wrestled with that question every night for 3 weeks. "Exposure would have meant financial ruin for my investors, many of whom are widows and pensioners who trusted me with their life savings. It would have meant social disgrace for Elizabeth, who has spent years building friendships in this community. It would have meant criminal prosecution for me, almost certainly imprisonment." Father Brown understood the terrible arithmetic that had driven Pemberton's decision, even as he recognized its fundamental flaws. The man had been caught between immediate catastrophe and gradual destruction, choosing the slower death because it allowed him to maintain hope that some miraculous solution might yet present itself. "How much did Thomas ask for?" the priest inquired, though he suspected he already knew the answer from his morning's inventory of the leather pouch. £15 initially, Pemberton replied, then £10 the following week, and another £12 after that. He said it was just temporary assistance, that he would stop asking for help once his immediate difficulties were resolved. But I think we both knew that such arrangements rarely end voluntarily. £37 total, Father Brown calculated silently, exactly matching the contents of Thomas's hidden cache. The priest found himself feeling an unexpected surge of relief that the merchant's corruption had been limited to this single victim, that whatever moral fall he had suffered hadn't extended to multiple schemes or ongoing criminal enterprise. Did Thomas give any indication of how he justified his demands to himself? Father Brown asked, genuinely curious about the psychological mechanisms that had allowed the merchant to rationalise his actions. We, Pemberton, considered the question with the careful attention of someone who had spent considerable time trying to understand his blackmailer's motivations, He seemed to view it as a form of mutual assistance between neighbours facing difficult circumstances. He spoke of it as a temporary loan arrangement, suggested that perhaps when my situation improved, I might be able to help him establish a more secure financial foundation for his family. Father Brown recognised the familiar pattern of self-deception that allowed fundamentally decent people to engage in fundamentally indecent behaviour. Thomas had constructed an elaborate moral framework that transformed extortion into charity blackmail into business partnership, criminal exploitation into neighbourly assistance. Such rationalisations were both tragically common and ultimately futile. The human conscience possessed an uncomfortable ability to see through even the most carefully constructed justifications. "But you knew it wasn't really a loan arrangement," the priest observed gently. "Of course." "I knew," Pemberton replied with bitter honesty. Just as Thomas knew, despite all his careful language and polite euphemisms. We were both pretending to believe in a fiction that made our arrangement more tolerable, but the truth was always there underneath the pretense. I was paying money to keep Thomas from destroying my life, and he was accepting that money despite knowing it was wrong to take it. The study fell into contemplative silence, broken only by the rain against the windows and the gentle crackling of coal in the fireplace. Father Brown drew thoughtfully on his pipe while considering the full dimensions of the tragedy that had unfolded between these two men. Both had been trapped by their own choices, each making decisions that seemed rational in isolation, but contributed to a larger pattern of mutual destruction. "Thomas's death," Father Brown said finally, "has freed you from the immediate pressure of his demands. But it hasn't resolved the underlying situation that made you vulnerable to those demands in the first place." Pemberton nodded with the weary acceptance of someone who had already reached the same conclusion. "The irregularities in my book still exist. The money I owe to my investors is still missing. Thomas's death has bought me time, but it hasn't actually solved anything. Eventually, the truth will come out during a routine audit or financial review, and then I'll face the same consequences I was trying to avoid, only now with the added burden of having participated in a blackmail scheme." Father Brown stood and walked to the window, gazing out at the rain-washed garden where Mrs. McCarthy's vegetables grew in neat rows beside the stone wall that separated the rectory grounds from the churchyard beyond. The sight of growing things persisting through weather and season always helped him think more clearly about the persistence of hope through human difficulty. "Mr. Pemberton," he said without turning around, "what would you do if you could resolve this situation without facing criminal prosecution? If there were a way to make things right with your investors without destroying your family's position in the community?" The question hung in the air like a lifeline thrown to a drowning man, and Pemberton's voice carried desperate hope when he replied, "I would do anything, Father. Anything honourable, that is. I've learned enough about the consequences of dishonourable actions to last several lifetimes." Father Brown turned back to face his visitor, his round features animated by the particular enthusiasm that came when he saw a path through apparently impossible difficulties. "Then perhaps we should discuss the practical steps that might allow you to achieve exactly that result. But first, I believe you came here intending to make a confession. Shall we complete that process before we turn to the more worldly matter of financial restitution?" Pemberton's face showed the profound relief that comes when someone who has been carrying an unbearable burden alone finally finds someone willing to help shoulder the weight. "Yes, Father. I think that would be exactly what I need to do." The afternoon rain continued its patient work of renewal, as Charles Pemberton began the process of unburdening his soul, speaking words that would begin the healing of wounds that had festered in secrecy for far too long, and in the comfortable study of the rectory surrounded by books that contained centuries of wisdom about human nature and divine mercy, Father Brown prepared to demonstrate once again that understanding and forgiveness could transform even the most tragic circumstances into opportunities for redemption. The evening light filtered through the stained glass windows of St. Mary's Church, with the golden gentleness that seemed reserved for autumn afternoons, when the world paused between seasons, neither fully holding on to summer's warmth, nor entirely surrendering to winter's approach. Father Brown moved through the familiar sanctuary with the unhurried pace of someone who had learned that sacred spaces demanded reverence, even during routine maintenance, his soft footsteps echoing against stone walls that had absorbed centuries of prayers, confessions and quiet contemplations. Charles Pemberton's afternoon visit to the rectory had provided the missing pieces to Thomas Whitmore's tragic puzzle, but it had also created new responsibilities that weighed upon the priest's conscience, with the peculiar heaviness that accompanied knowledge of suffering that might yet be alleviated. The confession he had heard, bound by sacred duty to remain between the penitent and God, nonetheless demanded action in the worldly realm, where financial obligations and community trust created their own moral imperatives. The confessional booth stood in its accustomed place beside the baptismal font, its dark wood polished by decades of hands seeking absolution and emerging in most cases with the lighter hearts that came from honest acknowledgement of human frailty. But tonight, as Father Brown approached the small wooden structure, he found himself thinking less about the divine mercy it represented and more about the human tragedy it had recently witnessed. Thomas Whitmore's final confession had been interrupted by death, leaving behind words spoken but not fully heard, absolution sought but never received, a soul departed with its burden still intact. The priest settled himself in the confessional booth where he had discovered Thomas's body, not from any morbid fascination with the scene of tragedy, but from a pastoral instinct that told him important truths were sometimes hidden in the places where human dramas reach their conclusions. The space smelled of beeswax candles and old wood, with faint traces of the incense that drifted over from the main altar during evening services. It was a scent that spoke of continuity, of traditions maintained through changing times, of the human need to find sacred space within ordinary buildings made of stone and timber. As he sat in the growing twilight, Father Brown reflected on the conversation that had unfolded in his study earlier that afternoon. Charles Pemberton's confession had revealed a man caught between competing obligations, each carrying its own moral weight and potential for causing harm to innocent parties. The embezzlement from his grain business had begun with the familiar progression from minor accommodations to major violations, each step seeming reasonable when viewed in isolation, but contributing to a larger pattern of deception that had eventually made him vulnerable to Thomas's desperate scheme. The mathematics of the situation was straightforward enough. Pemberton owed his investors approximately £200 that existed only in carefully manipulated ledger entries, while the widow and pension funds who had trusted him with their savings remained blissfully unaware that their security had been mortgaged against future harvests that might never materialise. Thomas's blackmail payments had represented less than 20% of the total debt, but they had served as a constant reminder of the larger vulnerability that hung over Pemberton's life, like a sword suspended by increasingly frayed threads. What troubled Father Brown most deeply was not the financial irregularity itself. He had encountered enough human weakness during his years of ministry to understand how good people could find themselves making increasingly compromised choices, but rather the isolation that both men had endured while carrying their respective burdens. Thomas had lived with the knowledge of his victim's vulnerability, while struggling against his own financial pressures, unable to seek counsel from family or friends who might have helped him find more honourable solutions. Pemberton had faced his business difficulties alone, afraid to confide in the very investors whose trust he was betraying, certain that honesty would bring immediate ruin, while continued deception offered at least the possibility of eventual redemption. The tragic irony, Father Brown mused as darkness settled more fully over the church interior, was that both men had possessed fundamentally decent instincts corrupted by circumstance and secrecy. Thomas's desire to provide better security for his family was admirable, even if his chosen method had been morally indefensible. Pemberton's concern for his investors' welfare was genuine, despite the fact that his protection of their immediate interests had placed their long-term security at even greater risk. Each had tried to solve problems through means that created larger problems, demonstrating once again the human capacity for self-deception when faced with genuinely difficult choices. A soft sound from the nave of the church interrupted Father Brown's contemplation, and he looked up to see a familiar figure approaching through the pools of candlelight that marked the path between the wooden pews. Mrs. Margaret Whitmore moved with the particular grace that grief sometimes bestows upon the recently bereaved, her black mourning dress rustling against the ancient flagstones like whispered prayers. Her face, though marked by the strain of sudden loss, carried an expression of determined composure that spoke of a woman who understood that life's obligations continued even in the presence of death. "Father Brown," she said softly, her voice carrying the careful modulation of someone who had spent the day receiving condolences and was growing weary of the social requirements that accompanied mourning. "Hope I'm not disturbing you. I know this is your usual time for evening prayers, but I found myself needing the comfort that only sacred space can provide." The priest rose from the confessional with the gentle attention he gave to all who sought solace within St. Mary's walls. "You're never a disturbance, Mrs. Whitmore. Grief has its own schedule that doesn't always align with conventional hours. Please, won't you sit with me for a while? Sometimes talking about our troubles can help us better understand God's purposes in allowing them." Margaret settled herself in the front pew with the automatic precision of someone who had occupied the same seat for decades of Sunday services, her hands folded in her lap with the formal composure that her generation had been taught to maintain even during moments of private anguish. In the soft light of the altar candles, her features showed the wear that came from sleepless nights and the constant effort of managing other people's sympathy while wrestling with her own questions about divine justice and human purpose. "I've been thinking about Thomas's final days," she said, after a moment of shared silence, trying to understand what might have been troubling him so deeply that his heart simply couldn't bear the weight of it. "Dr. Hamilton says that stress can affect a person's physical health just as surely as any disease, and I keep wondering what burdens my husband was carrying that I knew nothing about." Father Brown recognised the particular guilt that often accompanied sudden loss, the sense that there must have been warning signs that a more attentive spouse would have noticed, interventions that a more understanding partner might have attempted, conversations that could have prevented the tragedy if only they had been initiated in time. It was a cruel form of self-torture that served no constructive purpose, yet seemed to be an almost universal response to unexpected bereavement. "Thomas loved you deeply," the priest said with gentle certainty. "Whatever troubles he was facing, his desire to protect you from worry would have made him reluctant to share them. Sometimes the kindest people cause the most pain by trying to shield others from difficulties they feel obligated to handle alone." "But that's just it, Father," Margaret replied with a flash of the spirit that had made her an effective partner in building the family business. "I wouldn't have needed protecting." Thomas and I weathered plenty of difficulties together during our early years. Seasons when the crops failed, customers who couldn't pay their bills, times when we had to choose between keeping the shop open and putting food on our own table. We were stronger when we faced problems together than when either of us tried to handle them alone. Father Brown heard in her words the echo of one of life's most persistent tragedies, the way that people who had learned to trust each other during smaller crises sometimes lost that trust when confronted by larger ones, as if the magnitude of a problem somehow transformed it from a shared challenge into a private burden. Thomas's financial difficulties weren't fundamentally different from the earlier hardships they had navigated together, but his shame at the methods he had chosen to address them had made confession impossible, even to the person who loved him most. "Did Thomas give you any indication of how your financial situation had improved recently?" Father Brown asked carefully, mindful of the need to gather information without revealing knowledge gained through confession. Margaret's expression brightened slightly with what appeared to be genuine pleasure at remembering happier moments. "Oh yes, he was quite pleased about that. Said he'd made some fortunate investments, found a way to diversify beyond just the grocery trade. He was even talking about expanding the shop, perhaps adding a small cafe where ladies could take tea while doing their shopping. It seemed like such a sensible idea, and Thomas was so enthusiastic about the possibilities. The priest felt a familiar ache at this revelation of Thomas's capacity for self-deception, the way he had transformed criminal extortion into legitimate business success in his own mind, at least when speaking to his wife. The merchant had wanted so desperately to be the successful provider that Margaret deserved that he had constructed an elaborate fiction around his blackmail scheme, telling himself and her that his improved circumstances resulted from shrewd investing rather than moral compromise. The investments, Father Brown said gently. Did Thomas provide any details about their nature or the source of his improved returns? Nothing specific, Margaret admitted with a slight frown. He said the opportunities had come through business acquaintances, people he'd met through his work with the Chamber of Commerce. I thought it was wonderful that his years of community service were finally providing some tangible benefits. Thomas gave so much of himself to helping others. It seemed only fair that others should help him in return. The irony of her words was almost unbearable, Father Brown reflected sadly. Thomas's business acquaintances had indeed provided him with financial opportunity, but through coercion rather than cooperation, through the exploitation of vulnerability rather than the reward of virtue. The Chamber of Commerce connections had been real enough, but they had facilitated blackmail rather than investment, creating a web of mutual destruction rather than a network of mutual support. Mrs. Whitmore, the priest said carefully, if you were to discover that Thomas's recent financial success had come through irregular means, how would that knowledge affect your memory of him? Margaret considered the question with the thoughtful attention of someone who understood that hypothetical inquiries sometimes concealed practical concerns. I think, she said slowly, that I would want to understand what pressures had driven him to such measures. Thomas was a good man, Father. Not perfect, certainly, but fundamentally decent in ways that mattered. If he did something wrong, it would have been because he felt trapped by circumstances that seemed to offer no honourable alternatives. Her response revealed the kind of wisdom that came from long partnership with another flawed human being, the understanding that love meant accepting not just virtues, but also the weaknesses that made those virtues meaningful. Father Brown found himself thinking that Thomas had been blessed with exactly the kind of wife who might have helped him find better solutions to his difficulties, if only his pride hadn't prevented him from seeking her counsel. And if such irregular activities had caused harm to others, the priest continued, if Thomas's attempts to solve his own problems had created problems for someone else? Margaret's expression grew more troubled, but her voice remained steady as she replied, then I would want to make whatever amends were possible. Thomas would have wanted that too, I'm certain. He believed in taking responsibility for the consequences of his actions, even when those consequences were more severe than he had intended. Father Brown felt a surge of gratitude for this confirmation of his instincts about both Margaret's character and Thomas's fundamental decency. The widow's response suggested that she would be capable of handling the truth about her husband's final weeks, and more importantly, that she would be willing to participate in the process of restitution that justice demanded. Mrs. Whitmore, he said gently, I believe I may be able to provide you with some answers about Thomas's recent difficulties, though the information is somewhat complex and will require careful explanation. Would you be willing to meet with me tomorrow afternoon to discuss matters that might help you understand his state of mind during his final days? Margaret's eyes brightened with the particular hope that came from the possibility of finally understanding mysteries that had been causing persistent anguish. Of course, Father. I've been praying for exactly that kind of understanding, though I must admit I've been somewhat afraid of what I might learn. Truth is often difficult, Father Brown acknowledged, but it's generally less destructive than the uncertainty that comes from not knowing. And in this case, I believe the truth will allow you to honour Thomas's memory, while also helping to heal harm that was caused inadvertently during his struggles. As Margaret prepared to leave the church, Father Brown found himself thinking about the delicate work that lay ahead. The task of revealing Thomas's blackmail scheme without destroying his widow's ability to mourn him with love would require considerable pastoral skill. More challenging still would be the process of coordinating restitution in a way that protected Charles Pemberton from criminal prosecution, while ensuring that his investors received the security they deserved. The technical aspects of the financial arrangements would need to be handled through proper legal channels, but the human dimensions of the tragedy required the kind of careful attention that only personal ministry could provide. Both Margaret and Pemberton were victims of circumstances that had spiralled beyond anyone's control, and both deserved the opportunity to find meaning and redemption in the aftermath of Thomas's desperate choices. Father Brown remained in the church after Margaret's departure, kneeling before the altar where countless generations of Kembleford residents had brought their hopes and fears, their gratitude and their guilt, their requests for divine guidance in navigating the complexities of human existence. The altar candles burned with steady flames that seemed to embody the persistence of hope through darkness, the promise that even the most tragic circumstances could be transformed through understanding forgiveness and practical charity. As he prayed, Father Brown found his thoughts turning to the broader implications of Thomas Whitmore's story. The merchant's tragedy was not unique. Throughout history, fundamentally decent people had found themselves making increasingly compromised choices when confronted by pressures that seemed to exceed their capacity to respond honourably. The transformation from victim to victimizer, from someone seeking help to someone exploiting others' vulnerabilities, represented a moral fall that was both completely understandable and utterly devastating. What made Thomas's case particularly poignant was the way it demonstrated how isolation could transform manageable problems into insurmountable crises. If the merchant had been able to discuss his financial difficulties with his wife, his pastor, or even his fellow members of the Chamber of Commerce, alternative solutions might have been discovered that didn't require moral compromise. Similarly, if Charles Pemberton had been able to acknowledge his business irregularities before they became too large to hide, arrangements might have been made to protect his investors while allowing him to maintain his integrity. The lesson, Father Brown reflected as he rose from his knees and prepared to return to the rectory, was not that human nature was fundamentally corrupt, but rather that human beings were not designed to carry certain burdens alone. The community structures that had evolved over centuries, families, churches, professional associations, neighbourhoods, existed precisely to provide the kind of support that could prevent individual difficulties from metastasizing into larger tragedies. Tomorrow's conversation with Margaret would be the first step in a process designed to restore those community connections, to transform individual guilt and isolation into shared responsibility and mutual support. The money that Thomas had hidden beneath his shop's floorboards would be returned to Charles Pemberton, but more importantly, arrangements would be made to address the underlying financial irregularities that had made the blackmail scheme possible in the first place. The evening bells began to chime as Father Brown locked the church doors behind him, their bronze voices carrying across Kembleford's rooftops with the same patient persistence they had maintained for generations. Tomorrow would bring difficult conversations and complex negotiations, but tonight the ancient rhythms of prayer and rest would provide the foundation for whatever challenges lay ahead. In his study at the rectory, surrounded by books that contained centuries of accumulated wisdom about human nature and divine mercy, Father Brown settled into his familiar chair beside the fireplace and opened his breviary to the evening prayers that would conclude another day in his long ministry of understanding and forgiveness. Outside, the town of Kembleford settled into its own evening routine, unaware that tomorrow would bring revelations that would test the community's capacity for both justice and compassion in equal measure. The priest's final thought before closing his eyes in prayer was a simple petition for wisdom in the work that lay ahead. The delicate task of transforming tragedy into redemption, of finding in Thomas Whitmore's fall from grace an opportunity for others to discover the grace that made such redemption possible. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the rectory garden as Father Brown prepared for what would prove to be one of the most delicate pastoral conversations of his career. Margaret Whitmore was due to arrive within the hour, and the priest found himself arranging and rearranging the chairs in his study with the nervous attention of someone who understood that the physical environment could either facilitate or hinder the kind of difficult conversation that lay ahead. The leather pouch containing Thomas's blackmail money sat in the desk drawer like a silent witness to human frailty, while the merchant's confession letter rested in the same pocket where it had remained since that tragic evening in the confessional. Mrs. McCarthy had prepared tea with her usual efficiency, along with a selection of biscuits that she insisted would provide necessary fortification for whatever unpleasant revelations the afternoon might bring. The housekeeper possessed an intuitive understanding of pastoral work that extended far beyond her official duties, and she had learned over the years to recognise the signs that indicated when her employer was preparing for particularly challenging ministry. Extra tea? comfortable seating arrangements and a carefully tended fire in the grate were her contribution to the delicate process of helping people navigate the more difficult truths about human nature. Father Brown stood at the window overlooking the garden where autumn flowers continued their patient bloom, despite the advancing season, their persistence serving as a gentle reminder that beauty could endure even in the face of approaching darkness. The metaphor felt appropriate for the conversation that awaited him, an attempt to find something beautiful and redemptive in circumstances that seemed designed to discourage both beauty and redemption. The challenge that faced him was not simply one of revelation, but of revelation managed with sufficient care to produce healing rather than additional harm. Margaret deserved to understand the full truth about her husband's final weeks, but that truth needed to be presented in a way that honoured both Thomas's fundamental decency and the genuine love that had characterised their marriage. Similarly, the information about Charles Pemberton's situation required careful handling to protect his legitimate interests, while ensuring that justice was served for all parties involved. A gentle knock at the study door announced Margaret's arrival, and Father Brown opened it to find her standing in the afternoon light, with the composed dignity that had carried her through the initial shock of widowhood. She wore her black mourning dress with the unconscious grace of someone who understood that external forms could provide structure for internal chaos, and her expression combined grief with a determined hope that truth would prove less destructive than uncertainty. "Mrs. Whitmore," Father Brown said with the gentle warmth that had made him beloved among his parishioners, "thank you for coming. Please, make yourself comfortable. I've asked Mrs. McCarthy to provide tea, though I suspect we may find ourselves too absorbed in conversation to do it proper justice." Margaret settled into the chair beside the fireplace with the automatic precision of someone accustomed to finding her place in social situations, though her hands betrayed a slight tremor that spoke of the nervous energy that accompanied difficult conversations. "I must confess, Father, that I've been both anticipating and dreading this meeting in equal measure. Part of me desperately wants to understand what happened to Thomas, while another part fears that understanding might somehow diminish my ability to remember him with love." Father Brown poured tea with the ritualistic precision that Mrs. McCarthy had taught him, understanding that familiar gestures could provide comfort during unfamiliar emotional territory. "Love that can be diminished by truth was never really love at all," he said gently. "What you and Thomas shared was far too real to be destroyed by knowledge about his struggles during a particularly difficult period." The priest settled into his own chair and drew a careful breath before beginning what would prove to be one of the most challenging conversations of his pastoral career. "Margaret, what I'm about to tell you will be painful to hear, but I believe it will also help you understand that Thomas's death resulted not from any fundamental flaw in his character, but from circumstances that overwhelmed his capacity to respond with the wisdom he possessed under normal conditions." Margaret nodded with the composed attention of someone who had prepared herself to receive difficult information. "I'm ready, Father. Whatever Thomas did, whatever mistakes he made, I need to understand them if I'm going to be able to grieve properly and move forward with my life." Father Brown reached into his breast pocket and withdrew Thomas's confession letter, its pages showing the wear that came from having been folded and unfolded multiple times, by hands that trembled with more than age. Thomas came to the church on the evening he died intending to make a confession. Unfortunately, the strain of beginning that process proved too much for his heart, and he passed away before he could complete it. However, he left behind a written confession that explains both his state of mind and the circumstances that had been troubling him. He handed the letter to Margaret with the reverent care due to a document that represented someone's final attempt to achieve honesty about his own moral failures. She accepted it with similar reverence, her fingers tracing the familiar handwriting that had filled their household ledgers and personal correspondence for nearly 20 years of marriage. As Margaret read, Father Brown watched her expression change from curiosity to shock to a profound sadness that spoke not of judgment but of understanding. The letter's revelation of Thomas's blackmail scheme clearly came as a surprise, but not as the kind of shock that shattered fundamental beliefs about someone's character. Instead, she seemed to be recognizing in her husband's written words the same patterns of worry and rationalization that she'd observed in his behavior during recent weeks. "Blackmail," she said finally. her voice carrying the particular tone of someone testing an uncomfortable word to see how it felt when spoken aloud. Thomas was blackmailing someone. That's where the additional money came from, not investments or business opportunities, but payments extracted from someone who was afraid of having their secrets revealed. Father Brown nodded with gentle confirmation. Thomas discovered information about another person's financial irregularities, and he used that knowledge to obtain money that he felt he needed to address his own difficulties. It was a choice that went against everything he believed about right and wrong, which explains why it ultimately proved more than his conscience could bear. Margaret continued reading, her expression reflecting the complex emotions that accompanied this new understanding of her husband's final weeks. He says here that the person he was blackmailing deserves better treatment, that the money should be returned along with apologies. Even in his confession, he was thinking about making amends for what he had done. That's very much in keeping with Thomas's fundamental character, Father Brown agreed. He was a man who understood the importance of taking responsibility for the consequences of his actions, even when those actions represented departures from his normal ethical standards. Margaret folded the letter carefully and held it against her chest as if trying to absorb its contents directly into her heart. Who was it, Father? Who was Thomas blackmailing? And what kind of secrets did he discover that made someone willing to pay to keep them hidden? Father Brown had anticipated this question, and he had spent considerable time preparing an answer that would satisfy Margaret's legitimate need for information while protecting Charles Pemberton's right to privacy, regarding matters that had been revealed through the sacred seal of confession. The person involved came to me yesterday seeking guidance about how to handle the situation now that Thomas is gone. Without violating the confidentiality that protects such conversations, I can tell you that they are genuinely remorseful about the circumstances that made them vulnerable to Thomas's demands, and they are eager to cooperate in any efforts to make proper amends. Margaret considered this information with the practical intelligence that had made her an effective partner in building the family business. Are we talking about someone here in Kembleford? Someone we know personally? Yes to both questions, Father Brown confirmed. Someone who has been part of this community for years, someone whose fundamental decency has been compromised by circumstances that spiralled beyond their control. Very much like Thomas himself, actually. A good person who found themselves making increasingly poor choices when confronted by problems that seemed to have no honourable solutions. The priest rose from his chair and walked to the window, gazing out at the garden where late afternoon light was beginning to take on the golden quality that marked the transition from day to evening. Margaret, the money that Thomas collected through his blackmail scheme is currently in my possession, having been retrieved from a hiding place in your shop, according to instructions in his confession letter. The total amount is £37, 14 shillings and 6pence. Margaret's eyebrows rose at this specific figure, which represented a substantial sum for a family of modest means. That's more money than Thomas would have seen in several months of normal business. No wonder he was able to afford the luxuries that had been beyond our reach. But Father, what happens to that money now? Does it simply get returned to whoever paid it? Father Brown turned back to face her, his expression reflecting the careful consideration he had given to exactly that question. The situation is somewhat more complex than simple restitution, I'm afraid. The person who made those payments did so to conceal financial irregularities that affect other people's investments. Simply returning the blackmail money wouldn't address the larger problem that made the blackmail possible in the first place. Margaret's practical intelligence immediately grasped the implications of this revelation. So we're talking about embezzlement or fraud of some kind. Someone was stealing money from their clients or investors. Thomas discovered their scheme, and instead of reporting it to the authorities, he decided to profit from his knowledge. That's an accurate summary, Father Brown confirmed with gentle sadness. Two wrongs that created a situation where everyone involved was both victim and perpetrator simultaneously. Thomas was victimizing someone through blackmail, but he was also being victimized by his own desperate circumstances. His blackmail victim was being exploited, but they were also exploiting others through their financial irregularities. Margaret sat quietly for several minutes, processing this complex moral landscape, while the fire crackled softly in the grate, and afternoon light continued its gradual transition toward evening. Father Brown allowed her the time she needed to work through the implications, understanding that some truths required careful mental digestion before they could be properly absorbed. "What would you recommend, Father?" she asked finally. "What would Thomas want us to do if he were here to guide these decisions himself?" Father Brown felt a surge of gratitude for this question, which demonstrated Margaret's fundamental understanding that the goal was not to punish anyone for past mistakes, but rather to find a path forward that honoured the best instincts of everyone involved. "I believe Thomas would want us to find a solution that addresses the harm caused, while providing opportunities for everyone to make a fresh start based on honest foundations." The priest returned to his desk and withdrew from the drawer not only the leather pouch containing Thomas's blackmail proceeds, but also several sheets of paper covered with notes and calculations that represented his preliminary thoughts about how the situation might be resolved. "I've been giving considerable thought to a plan that would accomplish several goals simultaneously. Return the blackmail money, address the underlying financial irregularities, protect innocent investors from loss, and provide everyone involved with opportunities to rebuild their lives on more solid ground." Margaret leaned forward with the focused attention that had made her such an effective business partner. "Tell me about this plan, Father. I want to understand exactly what would be involved, and what role I might play in making it work." Father Brown spread his notes on the small table between their chairs, creating an impromptu conference area where moral philosophy could intersect with practical problem-solving. The heart of the plan involves using Thomas's confession as the foundation for a voluntary restitution process that would allow everyone involved to cooperate in healing the damage without requiring criminal prosecution or public scandal. He pointed to a series of figures that represented his understanding of the financial relationships involved. The person Thomas was blackmailing owes approximately £200 to various investors who trusted them with their savings. The £37 in blackmail payments represents only a small fraction of that debt, but it could serve as the foundation for a larger fund designed to make those investors whole. Margaret studied the figures with the sharp eye she had developed through years of managing household finances during periods of varying prosperity. How would the larger fund be created? Even if we add Thomas's blackmail proceeds to whatever resources this person might be able to contribute personally, that's still likely to leave a significant shortfall. That's where community involvement becomes essential, Father Brown explained, with growing enthusiasm for a plan that was taking clearer shape as he discussed it. Kembleford has always been the kind of place where people look out for each other during difficult times. If we can present this situation as an opportunity for the community to demonstrate its values, rather than as a scandal to be hidden, I believe we can find ways to bridge the gap between what's owed and what can be repaid immediately. Margaret's expression showed both interest in the plan's possibilities and concern about its practical implementation. But Father, wouldn't that require revealing the details about what happened? How can we ask the community for help without explaining why help is needed? Father Brown had anticipated this question as well, and his answer reflected weeks of careful thought about how to balance competing demands for truth, privacy, and justice. We would present the situation as a case where a community member fell behind on their obligations to local investors due to business difficulties beyond their control, and where another community member, Thomas, had been trying to help informally before his death, made more formal assistance necessary. The explanation wasn't technically false, Father Brown reflected, though it certainly emphasised some aspects of the truth while minimising others. Thomas had indeed been involved in an informal financial arrangement, and his death had indeed made more formal measures necessary. The fact that his help had taken the form of blackmail rather than charity was a detail that could remain private without compromising the essential accuracy of the public presentation. Would people believe such an explanation? Margaret asked with the practical scepticism of someone who understood small-town social dynamics. Kembleford isn't London. Father people here know each other's business well enough to recognise when they're not being told the complete truth. People will believe what they want to believe. Father Brown replied with the gentle wisdom of someone who had spent years observing human nature in its various manifestations. Most of our neighbours prefer to think well of each other when given the opportunity to do so. If we present this situation as an opportunity for community charity, rather than as a criminal matter requiring investigation, most people will be happy to focus on how they can help, rather than on exactly how the problem arose. Margaret nodded slowly, her expression suggesting that she was beginning to see how such an approach might work in practice. And what about the person Thomas was blackmailing? What would happen to them under this plan? They would be given the opportunity to make a fresh start based on honest accounting and community support, Father Brown explained. Instead of facing criminal prosecution and social disgrace, they would become the beneficiary of a charitable effort designed to help them meet their obligations while rebuilding their business on more solid foundations. The priest gathered his notes together and returned them to the desk drawer, then turned back to Margaret with an expression that combined pastoral concern with practical determination. Margaret, before we go any further with this discussion, I need to ask whether you would be comfortable participating in such a plan. It would require you to take an active role in presenting Thomas's involvement in positive terms, even though you now know that his actual behaviour was morally questionable. Margaret considered this question with the serious attention it deserved, weighing her desire to honour her husband's memory against her commitment to honesty and justice. Thomas made mistakes during his final weeks, she said finally. But those mistakes don't erase 20 years of decent behaviour or define the man he really was. If this plan offers a way to address the harm he caused, while also honouring his fundamental desire to take responsibility for his actions, then yes, I would be comfortable participating. Father Brown felt a profound sense of relief at this response, which confirmed his belief that Margaret possessed both the moral courage and practical wisdom necessary for the delicate work that lay ahead. Then I suggest we arrange a meeting with the other person involved, so that all parties can discuss the details and ensure that everyone understands their role in the process. As if summoned by the mention of such a meeting, a soft knock at the study door announced an unexpected arrival. Father Brown opened it to find Charles Pemberton standing in the hallway, his hat in his hands and his expression reflecting the particular mixture of hope and anxiety that accompanied desperate circumstances. "Father Brown," Pemberton said with the careful politeness of someone who wasn't certain of their welcome. "I hope I'm not intruding, but I found myself unable to concentrate on anything except our conversation yesterday. I keep thinking there must be something I can do to help address this situation, some way to make amends that goes beyond simple restitution." Father Brown exchanged a glance with Margaret, who nodded with the understanding that this unexpected arrival might actually represent perfect timing for the conversation they had been planning. "Mr. Pemberton, please come in. I believe it's time for you to meet Mrs. Margaret Whitmore." "Margaret, this is Charles Pemberton, the gentleman who has been carrying his own burden of guilt regarding the circumstances that led to Thomas's desperation." The two central figures in Thomas Whitmore's final tragedy stood facing each other in the comfortable study, each seeing in the other's expression a reflection of their own struggle with grief, guilt, and the desire to find meaning in circumstances that seemed designed to discourage hope. But as Father Brown watched them shake hands with mutual respect and shared understanding, he felt confident that the foundation had been laid for a process of healing that would honour both Thomas's memory and the community's capacity for forgiveness. The evening bells of St. Mary's began to chime as the three of them settled around the fire to discuss the practical details of transformation, turning the page on tragedy and beginning to write a new chapter focused on redemption community and the persistent human capacity to find light, even in the deepest shadows of moral complexity. Sunday morning arrived in Kembleford, with the gentle persistence of grace itself, the autumn sun casting long fingers of golden light through the stained glass windows of St. Mary's Church, and painting the worn flagstones in jewelled patterns that seemed to dance with quiet joy. The ancient building filled slowly with the familiar congregation that had gathered for worship through countless seasons of sorrow and celebration, their footsteps echoing against stone walls that had absorbed centuries of prayer and held them like sacred treasures waiting to be released at moments when hope needed reinforcement. Father Brown stood in the vestry, adjusting his ceremonial robes with the careful attention of someone who understood that external forms could provide structure for internal transformation. 3 weeks had passed since Thomas Whitmore's death, and the plan that had emerged from those difficult conversations in the rectory study had been implemented with the kind of quiet efficiency that characterised the best of small-town cooperation. The community response had exceeded even Father Brown's optimistic expectations, demonstrating once again that people were generally eager to demonstrate their better angels when given clear opportunities to do so. The leather pouch that had once contained Thomas's blackmail money now rested empty in the church safe, its contents having been transformed into something far more valuable than mere currency. Charles Pemberton's investors had been made whole through a combination of voluntary community contributions, a carefully structured repayment plan, and the kind of creative financial arrangements that emerged when good people focused on solving problems rather than assigning blame. More importantly, the process had created new networks of mutual support that strengthened the social fabric of Campbellford in ways that would benefit the community for years to come. Margaret Whitmore sat in her accustomed pew, third row from the front on the right side, her black mourning dress a dignified reminder of recent loss, while her composed expression suggested someone who had found peace through understanding. Beside her sat Charles Pemberton and his wife Elizabeth, their presence in Thomas's family pew serving as a visible symbol of reconciliation and shared commitment to moving forward together. The arrangement had been Margaret's suggestion, offered with the generous spirit that had made the entire healing process possible. As Father Brown emerged from the vestry and approached the altar, he felt the particular satisfaction that came from witnessing human nature at its most resilient and redemptive. The sermon he had prepared for this morning represented not just his regular weekly homily, but a culmination of the pastoral work that had occupied his thoughts and prayers since that tragic evening in the confessional, when Thomas Whitmore's heart had finally surrendered to burdens it could no longer carry. "My dear friends," Father Brown began, his gentle voice carrying easily through the stone sanctuary to reach every corner where his parishioners had gathered. "This morning I want to speak with you about the mystery of forgiveness, not the simple forgiveness that we extend to minor slights and everyday disappointments, but the deeper forgiveness that transforms tragedy into redemption and makes new life possible, even in the presence of profound loss." The congregation settled into the attentive silence that had become their customary response to Father Brown's sermons, recognising in his tone the promise of wisdom drawn from real experience rather than abstract theology. In the front pews, he could see the faces of people who had participated directly in the recent healing process, their expressions reflecting the particular contentment that came from having contributed to something larger than their individual concerns. 3 weeks ago, our community experienced a tragedy that initially appeared to be simply the natural result of a man's heart failing under too much stress. Thomas Whitmore died suddenly, leaving behind a widow who loved him and neighbours who respected him, but also leaving behind questions about what burdens he had been carrying and why those burdens had proved too heavy for him to bear. Father Brown paused, allowing his words to settle in the minds of his listeners while he considered how to continue the delicate work of providing truth without betraying confidences. As is often the case with human tragedy, the complete story proved more complex than the simple facts suggested. Thomas had indeed been under stress, but not merely from the normal pressures of business and family life. He had discovered himself caught between competing obligations pulled in different directions by circumstances that seemed to offer no entirely honourable solutions. In the third pew, Margaret's expression remained composed, though Father Brown could see in her eyes the recognition of carefully chosen words that honoured her husband's memory, while acknowledging his struggles. Beside her, Charles Pemberton sat with the stillness of someone who understood that public redemption required accepting responsibility without demanding exoneration. The specific details of Thomas's situation are less important than the broader lesson his story teaches us about the human condition, Father Brown continued. We live in a world where good people sometimes find themselves making choices that contradict their deepest values, not because they have ceased to be good, but because the circumstances they face seem to eliminate all the alternatives they would prefer to choose. The priest's words carried the weight of pastoral experience accumulated over years of hearing confessions, counselling the troubled and witnessing the full spectrum of human moral struggle. Thomas Whitmore was not a criminal who happened to be a member of our community. He was a fundamentally decent man who found himself making increasingly desperate choices when confronted by problems that seemed beyond his capacity to solve through conventional means. Father Brown moved closer to the congregation, his physical proximity hourly. Thomas's story did not end with his death. In fact, in many ways, his most important contribution to our community has come through the response that his tragedy inspired among those who survived him. He gestured gently toward the pew where Margaret sat with the Pembertons, though without calling specific attention to individuals whose privacy deserved protection. Over the past 3 weeks, I have had the privilege of witnessing what happens when people choose forgiveness over judgment, reinforcing the personal nature of his message. But here is what I want you to understand mostly when they focus on healing rather than punishment, when they ask not, who is to blame, but rather, how can we help? The morning light streaming through the stained glass windows seemed to grow brighter as Father Brown spoke, as if the building itself was responding to his words with approval. Thomas's death revealed not just his own struggles, but the struggles of others in our community who have been carrying their own burdens in isolation. And what emerged from those revelations was not scandal or division, but an extraordinary demonstration of what Christian charity looks like when it moves beyond good intentions to practical action. Father Brown's voice took on the particular warmth that came when he spoke about human nature at its most admirable. I have seen neighbours contribute money they could barely afford to spare in order to help someone they barely knew avoid the consequences of mistakes made in desperation. I have seen a widow choose compassion over bitterness, forgiveness over resentment, understanding over judgment. I have seen people who had been victimized by circumstances choose to become agents of healing rather than demand retribution. The congregation listened with the absorbed attention that indicated Father Brown had successfully connected abstract moral principles to concrete experiences they could understand and relate to their own lives. This was practical theology at its most effective, wisdom that emerged directly from human experience and could be applied immediately to the kinds of problems that real people faced in their daily existence. The money that changed hands during Thomas's final weeks has been restored to its rightful purposes, Father Brown continued, but more importantly, the relationships that were damaged by fear and desperation have been healed through the same process that made financial restitution possible. Trust has been rebuilt, not despite the tragedy we experienced, but because of the way we chose to respond to that tragedy. As Father Brown prepared to conclude his sermon, he found himself thinking about the broader implications of what had transpired in Kembleford over the past 3 weeks. Thomas Whitmore's blackmail scheme could have destroyed multiple lives, ruined several families, and created lasting divisions within the community. Instead, it had become the catalyst for an extraordinary demonstration of human resilience, wisdom, and practical charity. "My friends," he said with quiet conviction, Thomas Whitmore's final gift to this community was not the money he tried to hide, or the secrets he discovered, but rather the opportunity he created for all of us to demonstrate what we truly believe about forgiveness, redemption, and the possibility of new beginnings, even in the presence of past mistakes. The service continued with hymns and prayers that seemed to carry additional meaning in the context of recent events, familiar words taking on fresh significance when filtered through the lens of lived experience. As the congregation rose to sing Amazing Grace, the ancient lyrics about being lost and found, blind and seeing, carried the weight of personal testimony rather than abstract hope. After the service, Father Brown lingered in the churchyard as his parishioners departed, accepting the quiet thanks and gentle handshakes that represented their appreciation for pastoral work that extended far beyond Sunday morning sermons. The autumn air was crisp with the promise of changing seasons, and the late roses in the church garden continued their patient bloom despite the advancing year. Margaret Whitmore approached him as the crowd thinned, her expression reflecting the complex emotions that accompanied the end of formal mourning and the beginning of whatever came next. "Father," she said softly, "I wanted to thank you for everything you've done over these past weeks. Not just for Thomas's funeral, or for helping with the practical arrangements, but for helping me understand that loving someone doesn't require ignoring their mistakes, or pretending they were perfect, Father Brown accepted her gratitude with the humble grace that had made him beloved throughout Kembleford. Margaret, what you've done for this community through your response to Thomas's death represents the finest example of Christian forgiveness I've ever witnessed. You could have chosen bitterness or demanded justice, but instead you chose healing and offered mercy. That choice has made all the difference. As the afternoon progressed and the last of the parishioners made their way home to Sunday dinners and family conversations, Father Brown found himself alone in the church where Thomas Whitmore's tragedy had begun. The confessional booth stood in its familiar place beside the baptismal font, no longer a site of tragedy, but simply another piece of church furniture designed to facilitate the eternal human need for confession, forgiveness, and new beginnings. The priest settled himself in the front pew and offered a prayer for Thomas's soul, but also for the living who had been touched by his story. Charles Pemberton was rebuilding his business on honest foundations with community support and renewed determination. Margaret Whitmore was discovering that widowhood could be the beginning of new possibilities, rather than simply the end of old ones. The investors who had been at risk were secure in their savings, and grateful for neighbours who had demonstrated practical concern for their welfare. As evening approached, and the church bells began their twilight song, Father Brown reflected on the mysterious ways that divine providence could transform human tragedy into opportunities for grace. Thomas Whitmore's moral failure had become the catalyst for moral triumph, his death the occasion for renewed life throughout the community he had served and loved despite his final, desperate mistakes. The candles on the altar burned with steady flames as darkness settled over Kembleford, their lights serving as a reminder that hope persisted through every form of darkness, and that redemption remained possible even in the presence of the most profound human failures. In the confessional where Thomas Whitmore had died seeking forgiveness, peace had been restored not through the absolution he had been unable to receive, but through the forgiveness his community had chosen to offer in response to understanding his story completely. Father Brown rose from his prayers and made his way through the familiar church toward the rectory, where Mrs. McCarthy would have supper waiting, and the comfortable routine of evening would provide closure for another day in his long ministry of understanding and grace. Behind him, St. Mary's Church settled into its ancient rhythm of patient witness, holding in its stone walls the accumulated prayers and confessions, sorrows and celebrations of countless generations who had discovered that human nature, despite its flaws and failures, remained capable of surprising beauty when touched by wisdom, compassion, and the persistent possibility of forgiveness.